we start with our special little stream of what I played this year. I put together like a tier list, and we just go like over all the games. In total, 65 games completed. I've been busy this year. And we probably will just like pick games at random. I'm talking a little bit about it, and then like we watch a bit like the Steam page of it, just so that people know what kind of game it is. I think that's cool for everyone. It's a bit ad hoc set up, so like it's a bit stretched, it's a bit weirdly looking. But like, sorry, it's the best I can do. Let's start with the first game. I think to start off with something that's like the middle of the road for me. Which like you guys haven't seen like the categories I have. Like I had them last year, and like I just adopted them for this year. Would replay is the stuff like where I'm like, oh yeah, I could go for it right away. Like if I was in the like free and had time, I probably would play it again. Enjoyed finishing is something where like I went through it and I had like a really good time, and I was like, hey, this was a great time. Left impression is basically, yeah, I had like positive feelings toward it. Not a bad time is like the middle of the road, and like middle of the road on the positive side. Enjoyed playing, just middle of the road. Occasional struggle is just like where some things were just a little bit annoying to me. And waste of time. Well, I think I messed up the categories. Let me fix that. Rough, rough in spots comes first, and then waste of time. Rough in spots is like when it doesn't have like one issue, but like multiple issues. That's like normally the point where I'm like hesitant to recommend stuff. Waste of time is like the stuff where I'm like, I wouldn't recommend it to people. But like, let's see what we have with that's like middle of the road for me. I think let's start with the pedestrian. Pedestrian was, I think, not a bad time. Pedestrian is a puzzle game where you basically travel through like signs. It's a little hard to explain. Probably best to show. I had a fun time. It was just short, bite-sized kind of game that I finished in like 1-2 days. Still enjoyed it. Let me see that I can. What the heck is. I think something broke. Because, like, it's not registering. 1 second. I think something broke on my side. Because, like, I had actually a Steam set up. Let's see if I can make it work again. That There it is. There we have Steam. The pedestrian. Very, very cozy game. Very, very good looking also. Ran well. It's just like, yeah, nothing outstanding to it. I think I paid like like it's 487. I think it's a fair price. It was something where I'm like, oh yeah, that's a good middle of the road game. What do we have else next? Next, let's pick the Henry Stickmin collection. The Henry Stickmin collection I would put into enjoyed finishing. People that are older probably know the Henry Stickmin games because like they were previously Flash games. And like since Flash isn't anymore, at some point they made it basically a standalone game and collected like all the different entries into it. They're I mean how to say point and click kinda like choose your own path kinda games where you can have hilariously endings and such and jokes and stupid ways to solve stuff. I really enjoyed that one. Would I replay it? I don't know. I would say no, just because like once you've seen everything, you've seen enough of the game. Like it's nothing to really circle back on. That side of all the enjoyed finishing games, I would put it in the higher end of the bar. Uh, really fun games. There's the Henry Stickmin collection. Like it also looks like very Flash. Kinda still. I mean, if you want to have like stupid fun for like a day or two, that game is really great for it. Like, heavy recommend on my side, and like, I always wanted it because like I remember this game from the Flash days. Up, of course I didn't show Steam because I'm stupid. Uh, let's basically show it again. But like, it's very Flash, very cartoony, very silly. And you can fail in very dumb ways. And that's basically the main thing. You have like options and you pick out of them. see. Also need to see if I can. Give me a second. Just tweaking a little bit. And what do we have else? Let's pick something of JRPG or at least RPG. We have Final Fantasy 13. I mean, people know how I feel about Final Fantasy 13. Would I call it a waste of time or just like the bottom tier of rough in spots? Poof, poof, poof. I think let's park it in waste of time. If I'm feeling nice, I put it into like rough in spots. Final Fantasy 13 is just a game that's like. It's high quality and well made. However, it just. All the systems just don't mesh together. That's the easiest way to say it. Like, everything is a little bit off. It's such. Like, if someone doesn't know Final Fantasy 13, which I would be surprised. Let's see. No, it's not Final Fantasy 13. There we have it. It's cheap.
Peggy 16.
And like it has strong points. Like it looks pretty. No word about it. And the music isn't that bad. It's just like the story, the combat, just is a little bit weird and off. Also like the pacing and such. Would I say it's the worst game ever? No. I just would say like there's better JRPGs to spend your time on. Yeah, I'm a little surprised that the trailer doesn't show like the combat. Do we have any screenshots of the combat actually? Not really. But like I had that one for a while and like this year was like my second. Of course I forgot showing Steam again. And of course it broke again? What the hell is up with that? Yes, somehow it doesn't like that. It shouldn't. Let's blame tech. Um, let's see if I can't set it up differently. Short break. So I'm basically figuring it out.
Peggy 16.
Let's see if it can do this. Yes, it can do that somehow. Does it work as well? Nope. Let's see if we can't do it like this. sorry for the issues. Didn't think that like everything would go horribly, horribly wrong with it. Does it not show? Oh yeah, yeah, it shows. Everyone knows Final Fantasy 13. It's the classic Final Fantasy of annoyance that like I just can't recommend it. Like, let's see. For some reason, it doesn't show either. It hates Steam. It hates Steam. And there was like, oh yeah, I want to show people at least some of the stuff. Well, it has to be without Steam if I can't figure that out. Let's go for something else. How to pick up girls in dungeons, infinite combat. Definitely a waste of time. Like Final Fantasy 13, you can talk about it. How to pick up girls, infinite combat is just bad. It's like a very, very simple dungeon crawler based on the how to pick up girls in dungeons IP, or how the anime is called. Basically, a licensed game, and not a good one. How did I get it? I got the key for free, and it was like, I'm gonna go for it. If it's too bad for people, I wanna see if I can just go through it and see the end. Did I manage it? Yes. Did I enjoy it? No, absolutely not. And let's see, what do we have else? So something I probably can talk about. Man Eater. Man Eater is like would replay. Why? Why? I mean, this is also a game I basically got like a key gifted. People have a lot of keys from like Humble Bundle and such, and sometimes just throw like a bunch of keys out, and I'm like, oh, what looks cool? I think at that time I was sick and was like, oh yeah, I need something simple. How hard could it be with a game about being a shark and eating people? And oddly enough, I liked the gameplay systems in Maneater. Like playing as a shark and eating people was somehow the game I I needed in my life and didn't know. I at this point bought like the DLC. Haven't played it so far because like for that I would need to basically circle back on the game. And like once you complete a game it needs a bit before like you're like, oh yeah, I want to go back to it. But yeah, it has a lot of different quests, things to do, equipables for some reason, bosses even, which is like you never expected of such a game, and like here it is. But yeah, let's see what else we have. Crosscode. Crosscode. Oh, I'm. I would say it's enjoyed finishing. Crosscode is a bit an odd ARPG. Like, oh yeah, if you like smacking things around, you're probably fine with the combat side of things. The puzzle side of the game just gets a little bit much because like it's really really good in what it does. Like it has some amazing. Oh yeah, I mean we can try it through YouTube. Uh, but yeah, going to Crosscode, it does its puzzles really really cool and does cool things with them. It's just like at some point it's like too much really for someone. So like it's hovering between left impression and enjoyed finishing. Like I liked finishing it. It's just like there were some caveats. And like let me see if I can't get up YouTube. I need. Just let me see if I can. I hope it works. Let's see if we can get it to run. But yeah, you can also make a lot of builds. Like, if you like the puzzle aspect, and if you like the ARPG kind of combat, it's a really great game to enjoy. It's also pretty. But yeah, it's one of those games that like, yeah, I had enjoyment, but like I was like, there's caveats to it. Let's see, what do we have else? What do we pick else? Ship Graveyard Simulator. Oh boy, oh boy. Where do we put that? Let's park it in occasional struggle. It's basically you just dismantle ships. Very, very simple gameplay loop. It starts off fun for like the first 4 5 hours and then just gets like then you get just in the groove of things and it's basically just like driving back and forward carrying material. Like it's like that's the moment where it's like probably better in roughing spots. Like it could be greater game, and like the same developer made like the second one, But like for the €1.50 or something that I paid for it, it was a nice simulator game. It's like you get what you pay for. Let me see if I can't find the Graveyard Simulator trailer. There we have the trailer. Like, it sounds like something that should be fun. Disassembling stuff. Like making stuff blow up. But like, you can only hit so many things before it gets boring. And for some reason, it definitely doesn't look like that. This is like the most mobile app kind of trailer that I could imagine. Like, the game doesn't look like that at all. I mean it kind of looks like that, but like, all the systems work a little bit different. And look differently. Some things you can't even do. I mean that's a first where like the trailer really doesn't represent the game. Let's keep it in roughing spots just for the trailer. What else do we have? Let's go for Time Spinner. Time Spinner I would put in. Would I replay it, or did I enjoy finishing it? Let's put it into like enjoyed finishing and like at the very top. Time Spinner is Metroidvania. More like in the vein of like Castlevanias. And less than Hollow Knight, but really good at what it does. It's just like a little bit too short in my book. Like, I would love more, and like when the second one comes out, it's an instant purchase. I mean not instant purchase because like I rarely buy stuff instant, but like something I definitely someday will get. Lots of customization options and abilities and pads and different zones. Let me see if I can't find Time Spinner trailer.
Rated.
If you like Castlevanias, it's probably Metroidvania for you. I know that doesn't include everyone.
They came for my friends.
But I like Castlevania, so like this was like instant fell in love
for my
with.
family. Now I control time itself. I will use this power to change history, no matter what the cost. The Empire has taken everything I love. I will destroy them all.
I forgot like half the bosses, I feel like.
No one will stop me.
But it's a nice one. Definitely something for like Castlevania, Metroidvania fans. Like I said, less for Hollow Knight and other challenging Metroidvania. Because like it's beatable, it's relatively graspable. Because as soon as you have like strong RPG elements in a Metroidvania, it becomes really, really beatable. So, what else do we have? Homefront. Homefront, I would say, waste of time. Homefront was, I think 2011 or something shooter. And like, I expected it to be at least decent. Like, forgettable but decent for like very little money at this point. But like, it wasn't. The story is also very, very unhinged. It's basically North Korea invades the US, which is like, okay, that's a story. But like, a story to be taken serious? Not really. The main problem of the it was like far too many scripted cutscenes. Basically, everything was a cutscene or somehow else. Basically scripted to the point where like you didn't have any game. You basically watched more movie with occasional shooting in between, which gets old at some point. Yeah, there's the trailer. Took me a bit finding the trailer. Now we get it in its full unhingedness.
The torpedo that sunk the Cheonan and took the lives of 46 South Korean sailors was fired by a North Korean submarine.
North Korea's weapons program continues to intensify. Now surpassed 1,000.
This is like the most Call of Duty kind of thing ever.
Kim Jong-il's government strongly defended its recent atomic test as a rightful response to Western aggression. The president appeared at the UN to call for severe sanctions against North Korea.
This morning comes the news of Kim Jong-il's death. North Koreans greet their new supreme leader, Kim Jong-il's son, Kim Jong-un.
우리 공화국의 통일은 남한과의 한민족을 갖고 올 것이며 경제와 산업의 발전을 갖고 올 것입니다.
Today, our beloved leader, Kim Jong-un, has united North and South Korea, forming the Greater Korean Republic.
I mean alone that like North and South Korea are just united.
Meanwhile, damaged oil wells and pipelines burn uncontrollably, deeply affecting world supplies.
Although costs at the pump are ready to break the dreaded $20 ceiling,
The only good communist is a dead communist! Across the nation, civil unrest has intensified with the demise of the U.S. dollar.
This is not a retreat, nor are we abandoning our Asian allies.
Under threat of annihilation by the Greater Korean Republic, Japan has surrendered.
Martial law is now in effect. Excessive force will be used.
hours after the president ordered a freeze on bank withdrawals.
We don't know where we will get our next meal from.
The Mexican government has imposed strict immigration quotas, effectively closing its borders to American refugees.
Koreans' annexation continues to spread despite the U.S. Today, the Greater Korean Republic launched their latest communication satellite, claiming it will bring a message of peace to the entire world.
But yeah, it's like the most unhinged 2010-ish kind of shooter, and it's like it's hilarious. Like you expect it to be unhinged. Like there's a couple of shooters where you don't expect the story to make any kind of sense. But like even among them, it's like it's going places where you're like, what the hell is wrong with you, game? The only advantage the game had, like, it was short. By the time I realized, like, this is a trash fire, I was halfway in. And I was like, oh yeah, let's finish the rest of the half and call it a day. Since we had shooters, let's see if we have something that has shooting too that's like a little bit better. Let's take Saboteur. Saboteur is, I would say, enjoyed playing. The Saboteur is an older, I think Ubisoft. No, EA. It was EA published game. Basically, you could imagine it as GTA. But instead of like modern day, you are in Nazi-occupied Paris and have to flee Paris, which is a cool setting, and like visually it looks amazing. And like you climb around as if it was Assassin's Creed. Is it as good as Assassin's Creed with climbing? No, absolutely not. But like it tries. And like it has its moments when you're driving through like the French countryside. Or like have chases through like Paris. Like it has its moments. And like you can have a good time with it. It's just not like a marvelous game or like a game for the ages. Let me see that I can find the trailer for it. I think what really stuck out to me is like, while areas are occupied, you basically have everything be like black and white, noir and stuff like that. Once you free them, basically everything becomes colorful, which sounded on paper like a cool idea. In practice, it was like, yeah, you go through the motions.
The Führer welcomes all second-class citizens into the Reich. Transit papers are mandatory at all checkpoints. Failure to present proper documentation will be severely punished. Report any subversive behavior to the nearest political bureau.
There are no words for the pain this war has caused.
We won't get another chance to break out.
Spirit is also a casualty during war.
There is no turning back now.
May he find peace in the next world.
Here's to you, brother.
I'm just getting started.
But yeah, it's still a fun game. It's just like, if you want to like 100% it, like I basically tried. It's like it gets really old because like you need to blow up a lot of stuff, and like you can't carry that many explosives to do like sabotage and such. So like you're basically carrying around a few sticks of dynamite, place them, explode stuff, go back. Like, there's better games to blow stuff up. But like, it's still a fun game. What game do we pick next? Let's pick Squirrel with a Gun. Squirrel with a Gun, I would... where would I put it? Occasional struggle and like higher end of it. Squirrel with a Gun is, as the name says, a squirrel that has a gun. But in effect, it plays more like the old Toy Story games. Like more like a platformer where like you have abilities. In this case, the ability is having a gun, which lets you like double jump, lets you like take out enemies. It's a fun game. Don't get me wrong. It's just a bit rough, a bit short on content, and like I'm saying that short on content, it had just a content update that I haven't played. I have to admit, I just defeated like the final boss in the base release version of it. So like content might be better, but like it's a bit rough in places, a bit quick sometimes to get through, a bit pacing issues and such. But overall, it's not a bad game. Like even if I put it like really low, I would say it's a pretty fun game. Maybe I'm a little bit too harsh on it, with like putting it into occasional struggle. Because like it's enjoyable to play. It just looks like the indie it is. really. The kinda, oh yeah, we kinda discovered Unity and now we put a game together in it. Which, yeah, kinda is, kinda isn't. And like, it has qualities. It just like, it's a bit thin in my book. Especially like when you compare to like all the games that are out there. And everything you saw in the trailer, you can actually do. You can even do weirder stuff. Let's go. Let's go for Parkan. Parkan is Parkan is probably, yeah, it's rough in spots. Parkan is, I mean, a game that I discovered like ages ago and basically rebought on Steam just because like I wanted to finish it. And it was a struggle. Not because the game is bad. I mean it isn't that great. It's basically a very old 2005 or something space game that was made by a small developer, so like even during its release it wasn't the greatest of games in its genre. However, it still was like charming, especially like I always found it funny how like the main ship that you're chasing, basically the whole game looks like a flying banana. And I was, since then, it was like always known in my family as the banana ship game. Also, one main thing is like you can board enemy vessels. Like if you can get close enough, you can board an enemy and basically empty out all their cargo hold without issue. The only problem is like once you defeat every defender, the ship just starts going on a countdown and blowing up. So like you usually pick whatever you want from a ship after boarding and then head off. The big problem why it is so low, because like else it would be like occasional struggle, maybe enjoyed playing, maybe even not a bad time, is it crashed. It crashed a lot. Like I had it crash a lot and I had it have just really bad slowdowns. Like I think from how I understood it, it's like basically since there's only a couple ships, instead of when you board an enemy ship, it's spawning you in like its own ship. It's basically spawning you in the same ship, just like with new enemies. So like all the small things that are normally flying lying around, clutter stuff like objects in the level, usually don't get destroyed. So like they're basically clumping up and it's getting more and more until like your PC will basically play certain ships at like 1-2 frames per second, and it's like, please no. So it was more for me like a journey of like, hey, I wanted to finish that game that as a child I couldn't get through. Was it worth it? Not really. Was it really an unredeemable bad game? I mean, I wouldn't call it a waste of time, just like a game that has issues. Deep-founded issues. Like Parkan definitely, of all those games, is the winner of the Game of the Year least stable game. But like, let me see if I can find a trailer of it. Because like with small indies, it's usually the problem that like, do they even have trailers? Oh yeah, we haven't. You know a game is old when it has like a 2005 E3 trailer. Let me see that I get it up. Like very Wing Commander kind of style game. If you're just shooting. It also controls really weird. Like you get used to. Basically, instead of like moving the ship around, you basically have like the cursor. And the more the cursor goes away from the middle, the more you move into the direction. But yeah, I don't put you all through like all the 7 minutes of it. Let's have like some landing. But like all the planets look very simple and sparse. It's like if Bethesda's stuff looks very empty, this is worse so. Like you basically, this is what you see a lot of the time if you're not in space. The same buildings, the same enemies. But like, it's an old game by a small developer, they were ambitious. So such games just exist and always kinda exist and so I'm a little bit soft on them. Let's see if we can find some more games. What else do we have? Let's go for Submerged. Submerged, and there's like its a sequel. I would say let's put it like this. Submerged being the first part of it is like it's the same game than Submerged Hidden Depths. But it looks a bit simpler, the climbing. It's basically you drive around in your boat in a sunken town with like skyscrapers peeking out of the water. And you basically climb buildings and find like treasures in the water to just like progress through the story and finish collections. Very simple game. Very, I mean, if there's something like that, I would say an art house kind of game. Where it's like, the point isn't so much the story or like the depth of the mechanics. It's basically you just going through an area that looks really pretty. There's a couple of games like that. Submerged basically just flashes it out. A bit more actual story, a bit better visuals, a bit better mechanics. But essentially they're the same. If you bought one, I would probably recommend Hidden Depths. over Submerged. Right now, they're sadly not on sale, so I'm like, probably you should hold off. But like else, they're like when I bought them, they were like 2 and 3 euros. So it was like, that's not a lot. So if I have a fun day or two with a game that costs like 2-3 euros, I'm definitely happy enough. Let me see that I find. Let me see that I find the trailer. There's the trailer. And of course I found like a movie trailer, and it was like, why would I want a movie trailer? But yeah, I think like this picture alone sells like what you basically see the whole game. It does look cool, in my book. But like, I would understand if it's not everyone's kind of cup of tea. By the way, if I should talk more about the game and like my thoughts about it, than like just breezing through it, just say. I think the coolest part of the game was like you had like binoculars, and basically if you could spot some target from the distance, you basically marked it. That would make some open world games so much easier, because like then you had it mapped on the map and such. And let me see if I can't find hidden depths. Just a bit sad that like just the trailer is a bit like you don't see much gameplay, but like that's a gaming problem. But like you see immediately it just looks prettier. Not that the game before looked uncool. But yeah, we went through those two in basically the combo package, because like I bought basically Submerged, And I was like, hey, I am liking what I see. Let's see if I can get like the second one too, because like it looks even prettier. And then like the second one went on sale and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take it. It's still like only in not a bad time, but like not a bad time doesn't mean like that like I regretted it more than Time Spinner or something like that. It's basically everything above rough in spots. It's like fine fine stuff. Okay, let's see, what else do we have? Let's pick Golden Sun the first one. I would put it in... Where do I put it? Let's park it here. I mean, I love Golden Sun. And like, sorry, I don't think I can give you a trailer for that. I don't know if Game Boy Advance games even had trailers. I mean, I can try. But yeah, Golden Sun is a JRPG I grew up with and like I played on stream on my own channel this year. And like it's still one of the greatest Game Boy Advance games that's out there. It's just like it's a Game Boy Advance game. Like at this point it just shows its age. Like some of the graphics look goofy, some of the mechanics just don't make sense. And it's like, yeah, it's still fun to complete. So like, would I replay it? I mean, I have replayed it so often that like it's coming out of my ears. I don't have like the burning passion to replay it every year or so. Like, I'm not that hardcore. So like I think it's fair to put it into like enjoy finishing. We can always rethink it after. Let me see if Golden Sun had a trailer. Yes, it seems it had. Let's first go like somewhere where there's the second one. The second one is a stronger showing than the first one, I would say. Far more fleshed out and better mechanics. Let's put it above Time Spinner. It still has issues, like some mechanics are just not fully baked out and such. And both Golden Suns are really easy. That said, like, if you want to get into old Game Boy Advance RPGs, there's no way around Golden Sun. Flat out. The most fun part of it is like that the game is very... it allows you to spam all your big powers. Like, all your summons, all your magic and such. It's very hands-off on restricting you on them. But like, let me see. While I didn't find any authentic GBA trailer, I found the Switch Online version trailer. It also has like pretty damn cool music. At some point I will pick it up for the RPG wheel. It's just like I played it just. So like it might take some while. Like maybe to finish off the RPG wheel if I ever run out of RPGs. Or once I'm like in a few rounds. But yeah, it's like one of those JRPGs that like you gotta play if you ever want to understand me. Like that's my like my soul and such. Let's see what else games we have. Let's go with Mother Gunship. Mother Gunship was I think I put it at like the top of enjoyed playing. Mother Gunship is a game I got both gifted and was interested in because like it was the newer title of a developer where like the previous roguelike I actually liked, and like people that know me know that I'm not much into roguelikes. There's very few roguelikes where like I'm really into, and Tower of Guns was like one roguelike that I really liked. So when they brought out the new game, Mother Gunship, I was like, hey, I want to play that. So like at some point I got like a key, someone had a key and basically was like, here, have it. And like I tried it and like I bounced off it at first. Like that was like 5-6 years ago. And this year I was like, hey, let's try that again. I've become far more consistent with like just pushing into games, because like I feel like a lot of games, like once you get through like the initial hurdles, they become far more endearing than like they are on the outside. Like some games need a couple hours that you really start appreciating them. Mother Gunship, a couple hours in, I kind of figured stuff out, how it worked. The base premise is like it's a roguelike. You go like into rooms and shoot everything up. And the base premise is you can build your gun how you like. Like you can stack as many guns as you can fit on your gun. Like you can combine flamethrowers and rocket launchers and everything and build like a monster of a gun. The problem is that like most times it makes most sense to just have like one gun or at worst two guns and basically stack as many modifier modules on it as possible. And you build basically one super gun instead of a mess of 10 million guns. Which kind of takes a bit the charm away. It's still a fun game, but that I enjoyed at least to play. It's just like it didn't blow me away as much as Tower of Guns. And that I find pretty sad. Because like you expect something from a developer. Like you have your developers that you're like, oh yeah, they can't do any wrong, and then like they kind of do, and it's like, what do you do?
You know the drill, recruit. Take out this ship. Well, maybe you need a bigger gun? Head over to the armory and craft the gun of your dreams. Welcome back, recruit. Don't let death discourage you. Sometimes life just takes a few tries. You'll have to be more creative than that, recruit. Ooh! That's absurd. Ridiculous. How can you even lift that thing? Pew, pew. Excellent. You're ready, recruit. Let's get moving.
But yeah, it's like one of these games barely anyone probably has heard of, and like I had fun with it, but like not that much fun. Like if Tower of Guns was on the same list, it would absolutely destroy Mother Gunship. And Tower of Guns is a simpler, weirder game. Let's see, what else do we have? Molly, there were some here. One of the Saboid games, like one of the really, really early Saboid games that this year came out on Steam. It's a text-based adventure. As such, it's like very, very simple. Also, very fast to complete. Where would I put it? Like that's a tough one. Because like there isn't much to go on. Would I say I enjoyed playing it, or did I not have a bad time? I mean, it definitely didn't leave an impression. Like, I'm not like singing the praises of Molly the Wearsome PM. Sorry, Robert. Sorry, Rebill. It's just how it is. I mean, I also had no struggle because, like, what is there to struggle in a text-based adventure, really? So let's go with putting it at the end of enjoyed playing. Does it even have a trail? Now that's the question. Oh yeah. It has a trailer. It has a trailer. So you guys will probably be one of the few chosen people that have seen the Molly the Wearsome trailer. would I say buy it? I mean, it's half a euro, half a dollar, and such. So like, it's not much lost. But like, I would say it's more like for the Saboid fan that wants to just have everything of Saboid. And I think, every Saboid game in existence. So it was like, oh yeah, let's complete my collection and see like the game that inspired all the Molly Wears Empire jokes. Because like a lot of the earlier, I think, Saboid games have Molly the Wears Empire jokes. But like I never played like the text adventures, so like I never was like part of the joke. And so I was like, oh yeah, I get it, and like I play through it. I still have Epiphany in Space to play. But like after Molly the Worst I was like, that's enough text for me to read for like the next decade. Let's take milk outside a bag of milk outside a bag of milk. That's the sequel to Milk Inside a Bag of Milk Inside of a bag of milk, which is a mouthful. Like I needed a brief after that. I would say, yeah, it's a more fleshed out text adventure than Molly the Wears Empire. But like it's still a far shot from Squirrel with a Gun. And like there's like a gun, like a gap between Scroll and the Gun where like actual games start and like text mini adventures. Maybe I should just put them here. Just park them in here. They aren't like an occasional struggle, really. But like, they're pretty simple. To the point of that, like, could I really say I enjoyed playing that? Or like, I just was going through them like I was reading a book. Milk outside a bag of milk outside a bag of milk is a very it's a text adventure that deals with mental health. At least as far as I read it. Milk inside a bag of milk was already like kind of mental health, confidence kind of game that was like not long. You just went through it. It stuck somewhere in the back of your mind, but like not too harshly. Milk Outside is basically just a bit more fleshed out. Let me see if I can find a trailer. Does it even have a trailer? Yes, it does. So now you guys get to see all the weirder shit that I played this year. Hope I'm not disturbing anyone. And that was the trailer. It's like it's very how would I say it? Very Eastern European. Like as soon as like depression or mental health is involved, especially like deep depression. It's like usually some Eastern European kind of weird game, and it's like, okay. But like those two just fit there. Like a lot of the stuff I played this year is shorter, and then you have like long ones. Like I spent a lot of time on Time Spinner and Crosscode. Then Henry Stickmin is short. Squirrel with a Gun wasn't that long. Submerged and Submerged Hidden Depth wasn't that long. The text adventures weren't that long. Let's take something longer. Final Fantasy 3. I enjoyed playing it outside the final dungeon. The final dungeon was pain and suffering. And it wasn't the greatest JRPG ever. Let's be real. Where would I put it? Whew, tough one. Let's ask the question, would I play more Mother Gunship or Final Fantasy 3? I think I would play more Mother Gunship first. Would I play the Saboteur or Final Fantasy 3? I think Final Fantasy 3. Let's put it there. We can move it around. Final Fantasy 3 is Final Fantasy 3. The first Final Fantasy that has like a huge sprawling job system that in effect doesn't matter. Like in Final Fantasy 3 you can just go with whatever job you feel like and absolutely destroy everything. Until the last dungeon. The last dungeon is where like you can't just use anything and try to get through it. But like it's a really easy game. It's a really confused game. Like story beats just come out of left field. And still, of the two Final Fantasies I played this year, I would say it's better than Final Fantasy 13. Yeah, but like that's like a low bar to climb. Do we need a Final Fantasy 3 trailer? Let's see if Final Fantasy 3 has a trailer. There's the Pixel remaster. We can watch an old commercial of Final Fantasy 3. That's the best it can offer.
Okay, kid, show me what you got. Yeah, right. Next. Yes. Next. Ooh, scary. Next.
Final Fantasy 3. Do you have what it takes? Final Fantasy 3 from Squaresoft.
Next.
Yeah, but like Final Fantasy 3 is Final Fantasy 3. It's like I got all the Pixel remasters this year, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm starting with Final Fantasy 3. Why with Final Fantasy 3 client work? Can I say what client work? No, can't. But like, I had to basically experience it firsthand, and that was it. Let's see for the next game. Do we have any other games that like, oh yeah, these are ancient by standard? Oh yeah, we have Symphony of the Night. Symphony of the Night. I think So as weird as it sounds, I put it in occasional struggle. And people might be confused. Like, I would love to put it higher, but the thing is, I hated the reversed castle heavily. Like, spoiler for everyone that hasn't played Symphony of the Night. You play through Dracula's castle, like in every Castlevania, and then you have to play through like a flipped version of the castle that's like upside down, and the maps just aren't designed to be played like upside down. So like it becomes really annoying to move around and to fight and to do anything, and that's like half the game. Uh, it's also the half with the better bosses, oddly enough. So it's like, what do you do really? You have half a good game, but like half a game that's like just annoying to play, and that's like the ultimate occasional struggle kind of game. It's not that like I hated it. It's just like that some parts of the game were just a pain to deal with. I mean, technically, Final Fantasy III through its last dungeon also would fall into that, but like the last dungeon in Final Fantasy III is far less of the overall content than the reversed castle. Reversed castle is half the game. That's like, be happy that I don't put it lower. And like a lot of older Castlevania fans probably don't like me putting it in here, but like let's be real. Of all the Metroidvania Castlevanias, Symphony of the Night is definitely not the best. Now, if you ask me if it's better than like some of the DS titles, now then we're talking. Then we're like really in a territory where it's like, okay, we can think a bit about it, but like standing on its own as like the last Metroidvania from the Castlevania side of things that I haven't played and basically caught up today. For its time when it came out like 97. It came out before Half-Life. So like it came out ages ago. And it was a marvel of engineering probably, but like playing it basically now in the modern times is just, why would you do that? Just get the Castlevania Advanced collection and have a way better time, in my book. Let me see if I can find a Symphony of the Night trailer. I mean, there is seemingly. Let's see. I mean, the intro does sound cool. And it has its cool point. I mean, to be fair, is it really fair to like blame the game for anything like that? Because like a lot of the things the game just did in a clunky way or did badly. It's just other Metroidvanias of Castlevania basically had like the chance to iterate on. But like on the other hand, like probably best to look like in it in separation. Now, let's pick Earth Defense Force 5. Earth Defense Force 5 definitely would replay. Why? Because I already know I replayed occasionally. This year was a replay of the game, so like, yeah, I know that I replayed. More or less than Maneater. Given my play hours on Steam, I would say it is above. What is Earth Defense Force 5? Earth Defense Force 5 is a single player or co-op, like up to 4 players. Shooter, I would say. A horde shooter, like so something like Serious Sam or the old Starship Trooper game, where like you have to mow down hordes of enemies. Or how was the game called where you fight in China? Dynasty Warriors? It's like Dynasty Warriors but modern and against aliens. Giant insectoid aliens. Sounds weird, but like in actual play, it's far more fun. It also has like a lot of content. The only annoying thing is like the game really expects you that you see like all it has to offer in like weapons and tools. It expects you to play through the game multiple times. And like, not everyone is up for that. Like one playthrough is already enough. But like, if one playthrough doesn't sell you, then it isn't a game for you. Let me see that I find a Earth Defense Force. And do you need to play earlier Earth Defense Force? From my knowledge, no. Absolutely no. But like it's like one of the games I usually often come back to. And I was like just this year, oh yeah, I want to play through the campaign again.
There are far more monsters than we can handle. At this rate,
Stop that! Save me! Stop it!
Nearby monsters are all heading this way.
Can't believe it!
all available units, attack the monsters now. Wipe them out, ASAP. Use this method well, and you can win.
But yeah, it's like one of these games that like doesn't make any sense why it should work and such. But like in the end, you're having a great time usually. It's like all the kaiju and monster and alien movies, B movies kind of combined into like one horde shooter. And since it's co-op, it's like even more fun with other people. Hi, Chaos. Yeah, I mean, Final Fantasy 13 currently is packed into waste of time. Like, doesn't mean like you shouldn't play it. It's just like the time I put into it, personally, I felt like for myself, I felt like a waste of time. Well, like, I didn't see anything where I'm like, oh yeah, this is cool stuff I will remember for the ages. It's just like, I just remember all the things that go horribly wrong in Final Fantasy 13. Let's see what next game. But like Earth Defense Force, definitely would replay. Just like said, I already replayed it. So like, let's go with Vomitorium. I think it was Vomitorium. Tough. On the one hand, I had fun playing it. On the other hand, if I look like, would I say it's better than a Symphony of the Night? No. So like, if you drop it here and say like, oh yeah, I had a fun time playing it. Would it? I think it's more fitting here. Vomitorium is an FPS Metroidvania kind of game. It's a labyrinthian Metroid 3D FPS kind of game that has a very, very dark theme and such. Very easy bosses, and like that was one annoying thing. Like the bosses basically, like usual FPS problem. Bosses have a tendency to be like, oh yeah, you strafe around them and just shoot. Which kind of is sad when you have a Metroidvania. You like you expect different bosses and not like, oh yeah, I shoot at them and that's it. It also got very, very confusing at times. But like, I think that's the only thing I can hold against it. Sadly, it's not on sale this time. But like, I grabbed it like for €1, I think. So it was like, yeah, it's worth its money. Let me see if I can find a trailer. There, of course I found one. Would I recommend buying it? If it's cheap and on sale and you like Metroidvanias that are 3D, why not? Else it's like, Like you get like a Metroidvania mixed with a boomer shooter, I think. So it's the question, do you want that? I mean, it had style-wise, it had a lot going in that department. Like, I wish there were like more Metroidvanias or games that looked like that. But as a game, I just feel like it wasn't fully realized. Which I know is a nebulous term, but like, what can I really say? For like, it didn't feel like, oh yeah, it came out completely full. Like a full game. But that's like things that happen. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that you haven't seen any cool, great FPS Metroidvanias. They're just really hard to make. Metroidvanias for starters, are really hard to make, and then like mixing it with FPS is just really, really hard to like get anything useful going. Let's go with the next game. What do we have? Let's go with a JRPG. Septerracore. I put it into left impression. I like the game. Like, I like Septerracore. People that know me know that like I've talked about it. And Anachronox, the other PC only basically JRPG from like the Dark Ages. And like I like it. I like the story. I'm in for the combat system and such. I like the world building especially. The problem is like the later half gets very, very long and drawn out. Like, it's like a 50-60 hour JRPG that should have been more like a 30-40 hour JRPG. And that's why like I'm like, I never ever probably will replay it, despite like having nice memories of it. And at the end I was drained. Not because it was bad, just because like it has been going on so long. So like I think left impression is fair to put it. Let me see if I can find a trailer. It's like a game that I had like on my backlog for a long while. Like when I started playing the game this year, I had like 70 hours in it just from previous attempts to like finish through it. And it took me until this year to actually finish it. Would I recommend it? I mean, if you don't hate long JRPGs, I probably would recommend it just for like its strong points. It's cheap, it's like 2-3 euros.
We had brought the forces of power and wisdom together to complete the prophecy, form the rune, and obtain the gift of the Creator. The core once again became balanced, and the people of Septerra looked to an unfamiliar sky.
That doesn't seem like a trailer. That seems like something from the end. I think now I have an actual trailer of it. Also from E3 1999. Like, it's old. It's like a pre-2000s game. would I say one should get it as a JRPG fan? I would say yes. Mostly because even if you don't like it that much, it's a very, very cheap game. It's like 2 or 3 Oh yeah, I tried Steam pages, but somehow they didn't work. Something I tried that was the initial plan to have it streamed from the Steam pages, but for some reason the tech just broke down. So we're watching YouTube trailers, but Subterra Core and Anachronix, the two PC exclusive early 2000 pre 2000 JRPGs, I would recommend them both. I think combined they're €3, dollars, Canadian dollars, pounds, whatever. And it's yeah, Anachronix takes a bit to get set up, but it's a fun, quirky comedy JRPG, and Subterra is more on the serious side. And yes, it's long drawn out, but a lot of all the JRPGs are annoying. And even if you play only the first part of it, where it's pretty well paced, you probably still get your money's worth out of it. Story-wise, those two had far more impact on me than Final Fantasy III. Final Fantasy III was just stuff happened. But yeah, we still have a couple games to go through. Let's go with Stonks. Stonks 9800 stock market simulator. I just saw the 80s kinda PC 95, 98 kind of vibe and was hey, I want that. I have an urge to play that. It's very likely that it's complete another garbage, but I want it. And I bought it on an impulse. And I would say, it's enjoyed my time with it, and probably they're on the top of the enjoyed playing. It's not a very deep game. You mostly look at graphs because in the end it's still a stock game. You still look at stock graphs of stocks going up, stocks going down. It has some mini games and other stuff you can do. You can go rental properties and such. But in essentiality, it's also an early access game. So that's a hindrance for a lot of people. But I was there's enough there that warrants my money. So I was yeah, I'm going for it. Was it really a fun time for the ages? No. It was still mostly looking at graphs, mostly just staring holes into my monitor. But it was in a fun way, in a oh yeah, I can do that on the side kind of way. It feels smart. Let me see if there's a Stonks trailer. Yes, there is. There absolutely is. I was I'm not sure. Maybe there's not another trailer on YouTube. Nope, there is. Witness the horrific being that's Stonks. Feels disgusting that I'm oh yeah, I had fun with that. But yeah, it's like one of the weirder games. I had enough fun to like dive a pretty substantial amount of hours into it, but like it's still like basically a dressed up stock game. And yeah, some people might look at me and be like, how could you play this? And I'm like, you didn't stop me. I'm a person that goes sometimes for weird stuff. Like I think like Alone Days selection is like all over the place. We have JRPGs, we have shooters, we have space games, we have text games, we have punching Nazi games, we have a game with a squirrel with a gun. We have puzzle games. I'm all over the place. That's my modus operandi. And I just looked at it, and it's like the 80s vibes just went with me. Probably will dive back into it because like it's an early access game, and like I'm getting more content. Like I had my fun, and I'm still getting more stuff. It's like, ooh yeah, cool. That's like Lunar Sid. Lunar Sid, the dungeon crawler Kingsfield inspired game I played like last year, and like was like swarming over last year. I was like, yeah, I bought it on early access, and like the early access content was enough that that it justified my price. The price tag it asked from me, and then like it was like, oh yeah, updates, and I was like, ooh, free more stuff. I take that. Talking early access games, there's a few other early access games here. Let me see if I can find them. Let's start with Fallen Aces. Fallen Aces I had a great time with. Let's see where to put it. Let's park it there. Fallen Aces is imagine you're a noir detective, a bit shooting, a bit fisticuff, and now make that an immersive sim. And you basically have Fallen Aces. So like you can crawl through vents, you can distract people, you also can punch them in the face. And also an early access game, and also a game where I was like, oh yeah, the early access content was enough for me that it justified my price. Yeah. Luna said I basically bought on early access when it wasn't like completed. Basically, it ended at the castle, and it was like, hey, the content up to the castle was enough that it justified the price. Because like I paid like $5 for Luna Said, just because like it was early access. After early access, it basically went up in price. But like Fallen Aces is another game where like, oh yeah, the early access content it has right now is enough for me that I'm like, oh yeah, I just get everything I get from here on out is just bonus. What especially did it for me is the fact that it will probably get a level editor. I'm a level designer at times. Like I sometimes get paid to design levels. So like having some game that's cool to play and you can make levels of with like a level design tool sounded really cool in my poke, and that was like where I was like, hey, I'm getting more and more stuff. Would I recommend it? Yes, it's a fun one. And it's by New Blood, which is like a pretty experienced
Been a long
publisher.
time, Michael. I heard you were back in town. But I don't remember sending you an invitation. I'd kill you myself. But where's the fun in that? No, Michael. I'm gonna roll out the red carpet for you. I'll be watching you, Michael. Good luck, old friend.
But yeah, I think the trailer kind of sells why I was like, oh yeah, this looks fun. Oh yeah, I mean, they did Gloomward, they did, what did they do too? I mean, let me quickly see what they did. New Blood did Ultra Kill. They did Ultra Kill, they did Gloomward, they did Dusk. They have like so many cool games under the belt, and it's like they're experienced and now they have like something that looks fun. It's like, ooh yeah, I want that. Yeah, and like when I saw Fallen Aces, I was like, ooh yeah, that looks fun. I want that. I like myself in good immersive sim. And like this looks visually cool, mechanically cool, and it was visually mechanically cool. And like I'm getting more, like I got like only 1/3 of the game, and I was like, hey, I'm getting my money's worth. And like I'm getting the rest of the game too. So it's like, oh, yes. Sign me up. Probably of all those games, like if I had to name like a game of the year, it probably would be Fallen Aces. Let me see what else. Then we have like one last one. Carter's Quest. Carter's Quest is where do I put it? I think I leave it a left impression. Do I put it before or after Septerra Core? Let me think a little bit. I think after Septerra Core. To be decided conclusively later. Carter's Quest is like from a small indie dev this year, and I was like, yeah, he's heartwarming. Like, I've gone soft on it. It's like, I looked at the dev, his struggle, the game he's putting together, and I was like, yeah, I wanna support that. I have money, so I threw some at him by purchasing his game. And it was I mean, how to put it? A Zelda-like ARPG that is very, and don't take that wrong, very gay. It has very specific vibes that makes you question your sexuality. Which is like, it's hard to explain, but like on the other hand, it's like, it is what it really is. Let me see if I find a trailer that really captures it. But it's something where, like, did I get my money's worth of it? Yeah, probably. Let's just see. I mean, it recently had an update, and I want to go back to it. It's just like I haven't had the time for it. But like, it trying, and like, for me, trying and making something cool is far enough that like you sell yourself to me. That's, I think, an update trailer. Let me see if I can find the release trailer. There, I think that's the release trailer. Would I recommend it for everyone? That's a tough question. Yeah. All the free last games were like early access. Like Stonks, Fallen Aces, and Carter's Quest are all early access. I just wanted to get them out in like one go. Because like, yeah, it's like, they're all three cool games, and I thought like, I'm personally myself got my money's worth of it. Fallen Aces is easy. Like, it's like, you just show it and people get why you want it and why it's cool. Stonks is like, yeah, it's a bit weirder taste, but like, you know what charm it's going for. And then it's Carter Quest. You look at it and it's like 3D Zelda? Okay, there are 3D Zeldas out there. It's really fun in its cutscenes, I would say. The combat is like exploitable. That's the nicest way to say. Like, I cheesed basically every combat encounter hard in the game. It recently had an update. Sadly, I hadn't had the time to go around to it. Because like, I already have a lot of games. Like, just that bunch is like a lot of time spent. So like, replaying games is hard, especially like if you want to replay on every update. I wouldn't come to anything. Would I recommend them? Fallen Aces, yes. Stonks, if you vibe with it. Carter's Quest, if you want to support an actual indie dev, like some really small one-person project. that could need the money. That would be my classification. Like, how I feel about them. It's like, it's there on the screen. All three, I wish like only the best things and like that they come out in all their glory. Let's see. What game do we have next? Two Worlds. Oh. I blame Herr Frog for that. I blame Herr Frog. He showed it to me and I was like, hey, this is fun. Let's put it in the not a bad time. Like, was it the Oblivion killer that it expected to be? Or the Morrowind killer? No, but like it was a fine Western type RPG. It had some rough spots, but there were rough spots you could get to love. And I think that's good enough for me. Like, I don't expect every game that I have to be a 10 out of 10. I would just be really unhappy. So, like, if something is just like an okay time to spend for a week or two, I'm completely fine with that. And I think Two Worlds pretty much captures that. They're like, oh yeah, you have a good time for a little bit throughout the year. I mean, would I need to show the trailer? I mean, Herr Frog basically streamed the whole game, but like, if you're really into like things like Oblivion and want like a lesser Oblivion, go for it. I mean, calling it like Discount Oblivion probably would be the fairest description that you can have for it. Well, oh yeah. Two Worlds the speed run is probably the most hilarious thing ever. It's basically you just walk up to the final boss that's like close to the starting area and have like a half a village beat up on him. Let's see what we have else. Unpacking. I mean, unpacking I would probably put into occasional struggle. I mean, it's a very, very easy game. You unpack boxes and just sort things into cupboards. The problem is probably it's like the story isn't very interesting. It tells like the story of a person and like how they grow up with the different flats, and it's like I don't care about the person. I want to have my own cubby. I want to order my own stuff. I don't want to order someone else's stuff. And there's also the fact that like some things just don't read well. And sometimes it's just like, oh yeah, you didn't recognize that this item was whatever. And it shouldn't fit on that cupboard. And it's like, why? I can't even make out what it is. Why do you get in the way of my OCD? I had everything so nice. There's also not that much space in the flats. So like you're probably pretty cramped in a lot of the flats. So it's like you can't really organize however you want. And I mean, in the end, I just went away and I'm like, not that great. I expected it to be more a cozy game, and it really wasn't. Let me see that I'm getting a trailer. Would I recommend it? This is one where I'm like, not really. Not because I hate. Hurts also that it's Humble Games, because like Humble Games shut down early this year. Like, hey, this looks cool. Everything can be sorted and stuff. But the game is really stingy about stuff like that. Especially with kitchens. But yeah, that was like one of the first games I played this year. And one of the games that I really didn't vibe with. I definitely had more fun with like the text games. Let's go with some weird stuff else. What other weird stuff we have in the selections? We have Assemble with Care. Assemble with Care was... I would put it into enjoyed playing, but at the very end, I expected it to be like a game about repairing. And like, it kinda is. But it's more like a story game, a story about people, and it's like, I wanna repair stuff. And like, the repairing in the game is very, very light. Like, Assemble with Care, it's basically advertised as a repairing game, but then it's more a story game with like repairing that kind of does itself. Like, there are not enough parts that it really challenges you in any way. Was it a fun time? Yeah, I mean, I had a fun time because like it was really, really short. But wouldn't really call it like a game to remember and like swoon over. Let me see that I can find the trailer. I mean, at least it was cheap.
You ever wonder why we get so attached to things? When you think about it, all this stuff we own is just screws and wires. Except sometimes it isn't. A whole life can be captured in the flash of a camera. Wounds healed by picking up a phone. Even the smallest object can hold the biggest meaning. But when it all falls apart, how do we put things together again?
Also, it's weird, like the main character basically makes the money repairing stuff, and it's like, how do they find so many people that have like broken stuff that they don't just throw away? And like, oh yeah, it basically talks a lot about repairing in its trailer material. It just isn't that much about repairing. The repairing is just like the minigame in between the story elements. Would have recommended. It's like, yeah, I mean, if you have a few euros and don't mind spending them anyway, this is as good as time as any. Like, there's a lot of games that are just like, oh yeah, it's kinda fine. Oh, it tells me ad break. Did I miss all the ad breaks? Yeah. I mean, it kind of is like a psychotronic game, but like far more casual, far more watered down. The psychotronic games, like I think I have one. I have Shenzhen IO. I tried it. It gave me struggles. But like, let's see the next game. Because like, we still have a couple. Feudal Alloy. Feudal Alloy was... I think I leave it at... Let's leave it at the top of left impression. Feudal Alloy, people and the internet were like, oh yeah, this is horrible. And it was like, I tried it because like it was like €1.50 and I was like, yeah, what could go wrong? And it looks fine. It's basically a Metroidvania, and basically you have a heat gauge. The more you attack, the more your heat goes up. If your heat is full, you can't attack. Sounds like a balancing mechanic, but like doesn't affect you that often. Especially since the game lets you basically stack 99 health potions, 99 cooling potions, and it's like, yeah, you can just use consumables to get through every situation. Why is it not an enjoyed finishing? Mostly because like it has two bosses and all other area bosses are basically combat arenas, and the combat arenas are annoying as hell. Everything else I enjoyed of the game. Even spent a little bit more time getting like a couple more achievements. I think I'm one achievement for every chest short, but like searching a whole JRPG for chests is like, that's not work I want to do. Let me see that I can find a trailer. Yeah, there it is. Would I recommend it? I mean, it's for 150. What could really go wrong? Oh yeah, seeing the inventory. One problem that I noticed is like you have a limited inventory and get like a lot of equipment. And it's like, oh yeah, at some point you're just gonna throw away old equipment because like you can't sell it. It's still like fun enough that like you're, oh yeah, you're just gonna play. And the sad part is like, that trailer basically showed the two bosses that already exist, that are the only bosses. So it's like, what the hell do you want? But like it still like left enough impression that I was like, hey, yeah, why not? It's fun. Let's see. What do we have else? Going into the break, Put goes to the moon. Put goes into the moon. Let's put it there. Put goes to the moon is a humongous entertainment game. Humongous entertainment. Sorry, ad break. Annoying. But like Humongous Entertainment is like basically a entertainment kid game company from the 90s. So like it's an old game. It's just really fun and well put together. Like for a 90s point and click that's catered to children. The Humongous Entertainment games are just fun and well put together. For an adult, you can have some fun with it. I mean, they're short. They're like under 1 hour when you go through them. But they are catered to children. I bought like the whole catalog of Humongous Entertainment for like $50. When was it? I think it was like last year. And occasionally I just go through it. Oh yeah. I have the Freddy Fish games, all of them. And at some point I'm gonna play them. It's just like the memories. They're like the sort that you played it as a child and it just stuck with you. I also appreciate the idea of like children games that aren't dumb. Because like they're pretty nicely written and pretty well designed for for when they came out. And don't think that children are idiots, because like I feel like a lot of the games that are for children expect that children are complete and utter idiots. And I hate that. I absolutely hate that. If I had more time, I definitely would make a JRPG for children where they could learn stuff and have fun. And not like, oh yeah, let's teach them math, like basic multiplications or something like that. Just to suck out the fun out of the gameplay. Bleh. But yeah, I think in putting it in enjoyed playing, it's not like that is a quality assessment. It's more like it's a kid's game that I played like 20, 25 years ago. I mean, to be fair, Put Goes to the Moon is one of the Put games I never played as a child because I didn't have it. Let's see, what else do we have? Another one that I had like ages, Hellgate London. Hellgate London. I put it on the top of Rough in Spots. I like the vibe it's going for, but as a game, it's a very, very clunky and grindy experience. Like, when you don't know what to do, you can get into... Yeah, it's basically the single-player version of the game. Because, like, right now you can buy the single-player version of the game on Steam. And basically I had to play that I wish I could have played it as like multiplayer, because like it probably is a completely different feel as like a living MMO or like a multiplayer experience. But the thing is, you can't play it as a multiplayer experience now. At least not with modding and like tweaking around. And as a single player experience, is just like a very grindy Diablo that has like a cool idea, like the idea of like hell invades and you have to basically fight in the ruins of London as like a Templar super soldier. It's like, ooh, yeah, cool stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's just a game that came out at the wrong time. Because like, I think like stuff that really killed it, and like that is something someone made me obvious to. You know what came out a few years into the existence of Hellgate London? Borderlands. And when it comes to you get a lot of cool guns, Borderlands beats Hellgate London. Hellgate London has some cool guns, but Borderlands is just the more fun experience. Both like single player and like if you have like friends to play it with. Because like Hellgate London was, I think, never like a true MMO with like, oh yeah, everyone shares one world. It was always like you could co-op up, like it's like Diablo co-op instead of true multiplayer. True mass multiplayer. Yeah, I always had it like sitting on my backlog, and I was like, I wanna finally get around to it and finish it, and like I pushed through, and it took so long. And I have to admit, I only got through the base game. After the base game, I was like, heck, this taking too long. I don't want to run through like 20 more tunnels full of demons and such, because like late game enemies are really, really tanky or spawn really, really fast. What else do we have? Since we're in the gothic, weird cyber Templar vibes, I divine cybermancy. I divine cybermancy. Where do I put that? I feel like it's in left impression, and like this is one that could go like in everything from left impression to enjoyed playing. It's a weird game. It's like the Eurochank version of Deus Ex. That's, I think, the best way to call it. Yeah. I mean, you know it. +1 Prusov. +1 Prusov. Yeah. For everyone that doesn't get it, Prusov is the currency you get in the game, and you get it for everything. So like you constantly have like +1 Prusov, +1 Prusov. But like it's basically an unhinged Eurochank version of I Divine Cybermancy. The same developer, I think, later made like Warhammer games. Let me shortly look it up. Strum on Studio later did Space Hulk, Deathwing, Necromunda Hired Guns. So like they then slipped into like yeah. And like it shows that this is basically, hey, we want to make a game about being a space marine, but we can't have the Warhammer property. So we make I Divine Cybermancy. And the game is unhinged. Yeah, it's like the weird version of like the Eurochank version of a Warhammer game. And I was all for it. Like it was like $2 or something like that, and it was like, hey, this is absolute weird fun Eurochank stuff. Because like Herr Frog, I enjoy Eurochank. I enjoy like very ambitious projects that just go for systems they know they just want to try and like shouldn't just because they can. Unbound and Unhinged. It's the vibe of Eurochank. And I Divine Cybermancy is fully in that. Is it a good game? No. Is it a game that like once you played it, you will have it have a place in your brain, like it will be basically anchored in your brain? Yes, absolutely. I mean, it would be hilarious to see like Herr Frog play it. We would have the time of our lives. But like, let's go for the next game. Let's go for Banzer Escape Subterranean. Free to play game. Looks weird, is weird. Oh, no. Wait. We haven't watched any trailer of I Divine Cybermancy. To get like the full glory of it. And I know I totally didn't need to do it, but like it's like sometimes it's also running on Source, which is like extra weird. Like who's like, oh yeah, I wanna have Source on my stable game. The sad part is like the trailer didn't show like the weirder stuff that you can do in the game. I think like once you go like to like end game kind of stuff, you can like explode enemies with your minds. Have like a mini gun. I mean, technically you can have every gun at any point, but like then you get like out the minigun, the SMG that shoots so fast that it sounds like a minigun, and stuff like that. It's a really weird game. And like, if you like Eurojank and old games, maybe you can try it. Else, it's like it's probably too weird for most games. But like, it's a game. Once you get into it, you will have it on your mind. Okay, now what do we want as next game? Oh yeah, Banzer Escape Subterranean. Free to play game. It's a mission based shooter that doesn't look very good but is like decently good enough put together that it's like a functional game. Where would I put it? I think like it's a good companion to Hellgate London. Would I put it above Hellgate London or below it? I think above, and I know that's a crime. I'm being harsh to Hellgate London, but like it's just a shorter experience. Because like Hellgate London just takes a while of the same content. Banzer Escape Subterranean is over when it should be over. Like in my book, there's always like a time a game should be over. A time where like you saw everything the game could do, you experienced every challenge. At that point, the game should be over. Anything extra is just stretching it thin. It's like you're getting bored of the stuff the game offers. Let me see if that has a trailer. Yes, it does. It does. Now you can witness probably the game I probably should be embarrassed most for having played this year. Is it weird? Yes. But like it functions? And like I just witnessed the death and was like, hey, I wanna see what they're capable of. And it's a crime how expensive the Banzer Escape games, like the game that come before that, are. Because like, oh yeah, the games before that are basically escape shooters. The hallway shooters were like, oh yeah, you're behind cover, and you need to shoot your way out. Like pop out, kill people, move to the next location kind of game. And I'm like, oh yeah, I could go for a good one of that. Is Banzer Escape a good one of that? Yeah. But like Banzer Escape Subterranean, it was free. It was like, oh yeah, I mean, I can just step in it, go through it, and like, if I don't find it good. I can just move on without any worry. Will I ever return to it? Oof, hard. But like, there's other games I want to, like Earth Defense Force, Fallen Aces, Man Eater, anything above like Left Impression is like far more likely that I return to. Talking return to, Creeper World 3. Creeper World 3, I put like in the same vein as Earth Defense Force. I put it at the top. I blame the fact that I just played it also. This year was basically a replay of the campaign because like the game has a lot of additional content. And usually you're just engaging with the additional content. But like I was thinking, hey, I want to see how I'm doing in the campaign now that I understand the game more. And I thought, well, what is it? It's basically a tower defense kind of strategy game where like your opponent is more like a fluid. Like it's like a wave that you need to block or it floods over you. Very weird to explain. Initially, I encountered the Creeper World series through like the Flash game because like it started as a Flash game. Then just stumbled on Creeper World 3 and it's like, despite the name, it's a good game if you like the type of strategy. It has a lot of content, it has a lot of challenge when you want it to be challenging, and it has a lot of micro and macro managing that you can do. It's just hard to explain. Yeah, I mean, I see that I find a trailer and like then you see what I mean when what is meant with. I mean, the full name is Creeper World 3 Arc Eternal, but like, let me see if trailer kind of shows what it is. But you see the blue stuff? That's the creep. And you basically build against it. And as much as it looks really like a simple game, it has a lot of strategic depth. I like it. I love it. I put hundreds of hours into it. Am I a reasonable man? No. Doesn't mean that it's a bad game. It also has like a lot of custom mod levels, which is also fun. But yeah, I totally understand if it's like totally not everyone's kind of jam. That's why I'm like, yeah. For me personally, it's like one of the coolest games ever. But like, it's not everyone's kind of game. And it's the third because like the first was basically the original game. The second is a little bit different game. And the third is basically return to the first games. This is Creeper World 3. Let me see if I can't just grab the Steam. In case anyone wants to buy it, because like everything is like currently on sale. This game is like under $5 right now. Would I recommend it? I mean, if you like a bit strategy and you like to like really indulge yourself, it's a game you can learn a lot. And like that is like my gold standard on like how a game should be. A game should be like easy to get into, but having a lot to learn about it. Because like a lot of games fall either like they're easy and they stay easy, or like they're hard and they just stay hard and you just level up until you can deal with the hardship. What do we have next? Venetica, another game that Herr Frog played. That one initially I had like ages ago as like a CD copy. It was like in one of the PC gamer magazines or something. Both when gaming magazines still were like mostly physical. And they had like games in them. Venetica was fun. Like, I enjoyed it finishing. How much did I enjoy it finishing? Ooh, that's a hard one. I feel like nasty for putting it above Golden Sun. But I'm tempted because like Golden Sun I finished so often that like I know Golden Sun. I know it like the back of my hand. Venetica, it's like it was the first time I actually finished it. Like last time I got really, really far. And this time I just finished it completely and I had a baller time. It basically is an action RPG, female protagonist, set in Venice. Which immediately is like, hey, that's a setting that we rarely have, Venice. Because it's like, usually it's like some other setting, some undescriptive Eastern European country or something, like Witcher. Witcher is just like, oh yeah, it's Eastern European something. Venetica, on the other hand, has, I mean the name says it, Venice is like the main object you go through. And honestly, if you like simpler ARPGs, I could recommend it.
Der untote Fürst herrscht über Venedig.
That trailer is German. That's not good. There, English. German trailers are not useful in this stream. It also looks really,
in a
really
world
cool.
Full of secrets. There is one with hidden powers. Strong enough to challenge death. Which path will you take?
That was not a good trailer. Not gonna lie. For what the game is, it doesn't show off that well. It's still a fun game. Oh yeah. I mean, wish that was thing. The problem with demos is, especially for indies, it's like pressing CDs is expensive. Like, one of the main reasons why games are so cheap is because, like, hey, we don't have to press CDs anymore. That saves so much cost. But, like, I loved it. I don't know what Herr Frog thinks about the game. I had a baller time with Venetica. Let's see what else we have. We also have, like, similar PS2 kind of vibe style, Beyond Good and Evil. Where do I put it? I'm tempted to put it pretty low. Occasional struggle. Yeah, I think this is a good spot. Why is it so low? Mostly because some systems in that game just don't work how they should be. Like, some mini games are annoying, and heck, for an early platform game, its vehicle sections can go to hell. They're bad. They're like really bad to play. Like, the on foot segments are pretty fun. What else is that to complain? Like, you get like a companion, a pretty cool companion that has like pretty cool abilities, and then he goes away, and for 90% of the game you play a companion that's not as cool, and it's like, I want the cool companion back. To be fair, I played the non-anniversary version. I basically grabbed it just at the moment where, like, Ubisoft, it's a Ubisoft published game, basically brought out the anniversary edition. So, like, I bought it for like €1.50. Nowadays you get it like for $14 as like the remastered version. It has fun story. It's not then bad. It's just like there's things I could have done without. Especially like the mandatory stealth segments, when they fail. It's like, really? You want to put me through it? Let's see. I need to show the stream again. The trailers again. But say it's a classic, and I was like, for that price, I can go for a classic just to see, like, how is it?
Loyal Hylians. War has reared its ugly head.
And it looks good. Like, the game is like 15 years or so old.
If nothing is done, the entire population will be destroyed. Everyone thinks the Alpha sections are here to protect us, but they kidnap 10 people for every one that they save. The Alpha sections know that an uprising of the population would spell catastrophe. And that's exactly what we need to do.
But yeah, it's an old game. It's a classic, and like you have some fun in it. It's just like it also has like points where like I'm like, don't want to deal with that. Oh yeah, yeah. It definitely has nice music. Now let's see. What do we have else? Well, we're getting less and less. Let's go for a dark room. Oh god, that's one a bit. Where do I put that? Because like a dark room is a browser game. However, there's also a standalone and mobile version, and like I played the standalone and mobile version, which is in tiny bits different. Like it adds more story and such, adds more sounds and such, and for the most part worse. It's like it's weird to say that like, oh yeah, if you want to play a dark room, play it on browser because it's better on browser. But like in this case, I think it's better. I think I put it. I think I put it in rough in spots. Somewhere here. I know that's really, really low because, like, I think I put, like, last year I played, like, a Dark Room, the browser version, and I put it, like, into Wood Replay. And it's like, that's kind of the difference that so little makes in a game that is just, like, not that much. It's basically a game that convinced me that it's cool stuff by changing what kind of game it is as you go on. It basically starts on a dark room, like just text-based adventure. And you can just light a fire. And that light a fire becomes basically you yourself a resource collecting kind of game. Then it becomes a village kind of management game. Then it becomes a more like Fallout 1, 2 kind of style exploration game. So like it always changes, and it ends as basically a space flight game. And I find it really, really cool how it basically always moves to like, hey, it become a different genre without really feeling like ham-fisted. Like it always like, oh yeah, it opens up. Does it have a trailer? Let me see. I wouldn't think so. Oh, yeah, it has. But it's a very simple game. You can't even fail. But like, that's how it starts. Okay, that's not the most impressive trailer. I admit. But like, that's how the game starts. Would I recommend it? It's just like, Just play it on browser if you ever want to see it. You can finish it in a day. Like, you can finish it in hours, really. And then make like your own opinion. Okay, what else do we have? Barrel Tours. Barrel Tours is a game I definitely want to replay. It's a weird one. It's a really weird game. I think I put it in there between Man Eaters and Fallen Aces. Barrel Tours is basically unknown game. It's like 5 reviews on Steam and that's it. That means basically no one owns it. And it's basically a Metroidvania where you can catch Pokemon-like creatures called Barrel Tours. And they have different abilities, like different traversal abilities, different attacks and such. And you're just gonna swap between them to like something that works and like slowly progress through a pretty big map and a lot of Barrel Tours. And like you're gonna train a lot of them because like you need certain abilities or ability combinations to get to certain places. To the point where like it's like if you actually play through it, you have like a really content-rich game. It just the downside of it is like Barrel Tours looks like it's drawn with crayons. Like kid found the crayon stash and programmed the game with it. Which is weird to say, but it fits. It's like one of the games where I feel like when I mention it, I basically increase its player base drastically. And like, I'm not a person of reach.
Barrel Tours.
But like,
a 2D
just
RPG
see that visual glory.
The ones that the kids love. But
like I said,
collecting
a kid found the crayon
collect
stash.
Barrel Tours. There are these little monster things, right? Each of them have different abilities that let you get out there and get things done. You know what I'm talking about. Taking care of business. But anyway, what about the story? Your dad's been taken. This guy. That ain't good. You need dads. This is the guy who took him. He looks tough. Big calves, big shoulders. And this is you. It ain't looking good. You're pathetic. You're weak. You're stupid. I don't know what to tell you. You just haven't worked hard enough. So what are you gonna do? Let's use Barrel Tours. They're strong. They're magical. There's a lot of them in the game. Over 60 of them. You can play as them all. They all have different abilities, attacks, strengths, and weaknesses. You go out there and you fight. Right? It's an RPG. They have stats and levels. They all have different elements, and some elements are strong against others. You don't want to be going against a fire guy if you're a nice guy. I like that one. He looks good. And the thing is, no one Barrel Tour can do it all. So you're going to have to create a whole big team of them to beat the bad guy. Rescue that dad. And it's an RPG, so you know what that means. Dialogue. Lots of it. Don't worry, you can skip a lot of it. There's a lot of stuff you can learn about if you want. Story, wizards, Barrel Tours, a lot of history, a lot of fun, some depressing stuff, but that's okay. You need a little bit of darkness in it just to keep it moving. That bad dude causing a lot of trouble. You gotta fix it, because you want to hug that dad. Touch that dad bod against your flesh and feel his warmth. I'm talking about a deep dad hug. You can look at your map. There's the big old map. Learn about attacks. You can learn about Barrel Tours. Check out their stats, min-max, get a bunch of numbers going. And you can do lots of other things to help you. You can buy items. You can hire buddies to fight with you. You can get a whole lot of it. It gets a little chaotic, but you can do it. You can gamble, no judgments. You gotta do what you gotta do to win the game. You can play with a friend. Everyone loves friends. People love playing with friends, right? So now you can do it with Barrel Tours. That's important. In conclusion, Barrel Tours is a fun new Metroidvania that takes a familiar concept and adds an interesting twist. combined with a zany art style and hilarious humor. Brawl Tours is the game that is sure to make you love your family once more. It's coming to Steam. Give it a shot. It'll only be a couple of bucks. What else are you gonna spend it on? Jelly beans? They're pretty good, but you can't buy that many jelly beans. It's not good for your teeth. Alright, thanks for watching. Bye!
I think the trailer really captures how and like it's one of these games that's like it's unhinged, it's weird, but like all the systems kind of work in a way that like I haven't really seen in another Metroidvania. To be fair, I haven't played every Metroidvania. Yeah, it has definitely meme energy. I bought it for like €1. Right now it's like €5. That's like its base price. I don't know if it ever will go on sale. If it does, and it's just €1 or dollar or whatever your currency is, I would say just buy it. Just buy it. Like, what can go wrong? And it's a weird but charmingly weird game. And I imagine, like, if you ever get a friend to play it with you, which, like, highly unlikely, but, like, in case it happens, it's probably the ultimate, hey, let's get drunk and play games kind of game. By hour 3, you're probably giggling on the floor. But yeah, what else do we have? Oh, let's see. Tomb Raider. That's like the first of the new ones, like not the old ones. That's the 2013 Tomb Raider. It was... I mean... Did I enjoy playing it? Not really. Like Symphony of the Night, Beyond Good and Evil, Vomitron I enjoyed mehr. These enjoyed mehr. It's probably there. Less for its struggle, because like it's not that difficult to beat. I mean, I say that, but like I dropped off a lot of cliffs. But it's just an open world game that's not really that good. Which is weird to say. Like, I play Saboteur over that over Tomb Raider any day of the week. Not because I hate the character. Like, the characters are fine. It's just like the open world is just boring, and like the optional dungeons are just forgettable. They're just basically one puzzle that's really timing dependent and annoying. Let me see if I can find a trailer. I need to specify. It shows me like that said, I get why like it kicked off future games. Like it had some vibes going.
A famous explorer once said,
It's like a reboot of Tomb Raider and Lara Croft.
what we do, not who we
But
are.
like it's not a very polished game.
I'd finally set out to make my mark. To find adventure. But instead, adventure found me. moments. When life flashes before us, we find something. Something that keeps us going.
It also has like the 2010 energy of games where it's like, oh yeah, we have to sell our games with cutscenes, not with gameplay. Cutscenes. Also, the main character gets a lot of hurt. Like, sometimes you feel like the main character is just like the game's punching bag.
When all seemed lost, I found a truth. And I knew what I must become.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the first reboot because like you have the really old Tomb Raiders, and then you have like this that like started 2013. I don't know if there's like another reboot of it. I never played like the really old Tomb Raiders. Maybe at some point I need to do it. I mean, they are around. I think there's even a remaster of them. But that reboot just didn't work for me. But like talking more open world games, one game that I pretty liked was Ghostwire Tokyo. Where do I put that? I think I leave it at the top of left impression. Because like it has issues. It has issues. But it's basically a open world game with climbing and such, where you fight like occult monsters, and it's like in Tokyo, and like it looks good. Like, not gonna lie, good looking game. The big problems is like it's really hard to get on roofs. So like it kinda doesn't have like the ease of like an Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed, you can go on the roof when you want to go on the roof. Here it's like very specific with the places where you can go, and it kind of becomes annoying because like moving on rooftops is fun. There's also the problem that the combat system isn't quite polished enough. Like at the start, you basically need to make every shot count, and like at the point, like at the midpoint, you can just shoot as much as you want, and it's basically timing or aiming isn't really that important. You just bombard the enemy under shots, and that's like the way to win. And it's like, that's not working out that well. But like, it's a fun game. It's also made by the how's the rhythm game called? It was made by Tango Games, the same people that did Tango Games work. That made Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush. I always forget the name. But like after Ghostwire Tokyo, they made Hi-Fi Rush. I mean, yeah. Basically, a year after that, they made Hi-Fi Rush, and before that, they made Evil Within. So like, it comes from a developer that kinda knows what they're doing. And fun. Let me see if I can find a trailer. I just had the advantage that like that I got it from Epic. Epic gave it away at some point, and I just went with it.
Peggy.
And it's like, I had a fun time. I got it for free. What can one ask more?
16.
If you have it from Epic, play it. You have probably a good time, at least partially. If you don't, you can decide if you're looking for an open world game. Definitely not a bad pick. Definitely not a bad pick.
Don't fear the unknown. Attack it.
I need to see if there's like a gameplay trailer. Little bit, but like it's hard to find. I feel like bigger titles have like a little bit the issue that like they hate showing you actual gameplay. Just like, why do you do that? Okay, next game. What do we have left? Prey. Oh god. Where do we put Prey? That's a weird one. I think I put it also in occasional struggle. And I put it... Where do I put it? I think here's fine. Prey is an immersive sim, not to be confused with like the shooter from like the early 2000s. Why they named it the same, I don't know. I think someone told me once, but like I don't know. It's an immersive sim. And I heard so many great things about it, and it's like, it's just too long. It's just it has some great stuff and like some great things, but then it has like annoying enemies that it gives the player far too early. Broken abilities, it takes too long. Like it's hours and hours too long. It has like the Septerra core problem that like it overstays its welcome. And then it has zero G segments, like segments where you are without gravity, and those are horrible in my book. So like putting it beside Beyond Good and Evil, where like I hated the vehicle sections too, feels kind of fine, even if people will sing the praises of the game down from the rooftops. It's like people really, really love that game, but like I found cool stuff in it, and I found stuff that like I absolutely despised. And yeah, it kind of lands a little low. Happens. But basically, you play. How to explain it? It's basically Bioshock in space. A longer, less well-paced Bioshock in space. I hope that comparison makes sense to everyone.
This is Morgan. The year is 2034. I keep having this dream. I'm just staring into the black between the stars. There's something there. I know there is. I can't see it, but it sees me. It sees everything. You know what I'm talking about. Or you will soon. This is Morgan. The year is 2035. Please listen. This isn't a dream. It's a nightmare. There's no room for uncertainty. There's no room for doubt. And know this, there's more at stake than just Talos 1. If what happened here, if even one breaks containment, we're all lost. To make this right, someone has to die. I keep...
Misclicked there. But yeah, after Prey, I was like, I want to see like the game that inspired it, Bioshock 1. Because like I also had that from Epic. Epic is giving away games like crazy. And I liked Bioshock more. Like, I would put it into enjoyed. Let's put it there. Why do I put it so low? Mostly because like after the twist that Bioshock has, it just kinda goes on a little bit longer than it should be. And it's like, the final boss of Bioshock isn't that engaging as like the midpoint is. But like, I think that's the only thing that you can really hard against Bioshock. Bioshock is basically a simplified and for the average gamer made accessible immersive sim. Like the average gamer doesn't want a complex Deus Ex or like something like that, or a Thief game. They want a Bioshock. And Bioshock 1 is really, really good. At some point, I need to play Bioshock 2. Do I need to show a trailer of Bioshock? I feel like not. Everyone that kinda is of age knows of Bioshock. It's just such a staple. I would say let's move on. Next we take let's knock out some lesser games. Ascension of the Throne is probably a waste of time and a waste of time here. Why did I even play it? Because like I played it as a younger me. It's a very simple, very rough strategy game, similar to compared to Heroes of Myth and Magic in combat system. It has a few quirks, but like at some point, if you know what you're doing, you can't lose. It's just like you murder everything. So the main thing is it's just cheap, it's old, it's very, very basic. And I don't even know if it has a trailer. I think the only memorable thing I really know from it is like that it has a sequel. A sequel I never heard of and that isn't available anywhere. Anywhere that is reliable. But yeah. It's kind of out of the same era as Parkin 2. It's a wonder that the game didn't explode during me playing it. And like, it's one of these games that I basically played because like, oh yeah, I had it. Let's see what we have else in small games that like Little Rooms. Little Rooms came out this year. It's a game by a friend, Dev and friend with very fun. I bought it to support them. It was basically hidden room game. I don't know how you call small rooms where you like look for stuff or collect stuff and such. Unmoving and all. Very simple game. Where would I put it? I mean, I'm friends with the dev, but like I'm like It's kind of in the Molly milk outside kind of area. But like, I wish it just had more going for it. Let's put it here. It's still in good company. But like, that's about it. Doesn't have a trailer, I think. I would need to see. Oh yeah, it has a trailer. Odd, but it has a trailer. Sorry. See, you're basically clicking on stuff. Very simple game. I didn't hate it. It's just like, oh yeah, there's more you can do with the idea. Like, looking at the static picture isn't that amazing. At least not for long. Like, for half an hour this is fine. For a couple hours, it's a bit rough. But like, sometimes I just try to buy or play games just because, like, I know the dev. Oh yeah, there's plenty unknown games. I think the most unknown is Barreltos, but like, Ascension of the Throne is like, if you see one C come up, you know it's some weird, obscure game. That's like, Topware Interactive and 1C are like the words you need to look out for if you want the obscure European kind of game. Talking obscure, let's see what obscure stuff we have. What would be the... Oh, we have the broken ceiling. Same kind of a game for from Befriended Death. I would put it into rougher spots. I mean, would I call it waste of time? I mean, sorry I put you in there. Befriended Death, but like, it didn't vibe with the game. It's like more a horror game, and like, I'm not a big horror player. Like, I didn't even find a trailer. That's like saying a lot. But like, gameplay, you basically going around. Let's see. You're just going through the dark. It's like, ooh yeah, spooky, it's darkness. And you're a small rabbit, and there's weird stuff around. It's like, that's not engaging gameplay for me, sadly. Some horror fans probably love it to bits, but like, I'm not a horror fan. Even if I like myself a good Cthulhu. Like, always like myself seeing good old Cthulhu. And like, I don't know which game RTS controls with Summoner. Doesn't ring a bell. But like, what else do we have that's very small? there. Märchen Forest, Milne, and The Secret of the Forest, I think it was. That one, oddly enough, surprise, I would put it, here in the top of left impression. And it's like, why an unknown game lands there? Because like what it does is really, really cool. It's really, really challenging kind of game. Milne and the Forest Gift. Let's see if there's a trailer for it. It's basically a split game, and the first part I couldn't care less. The first part is basically you going through a village and collecting ingredients. Lots of puzzling to find stuff out. The second part is a dungeon crawler that is really challenging. That is the full version. We want this one, probably. Somehow we can't just find the Let's hope this is it. Nope, it's still the same. Because like the problem is like there's two games called Märchen Forest. One is basically the stripped down version that I played, which is basically half you collect ingredients and half it's basically a dungeon crawler, where you have basically 3 abilities. You can attack, you can dodge, and you can basically block. Very simple. Speed defines how often you can do those things. Yeah, exactly. The legacy version. Which is basically the simplified version. And like I got it for like €1 and I was like, yeah, what could go wrong? And that means that like since enemies hurt really, really much, and like you only can cast any magic that deals like massive damage, when you perfect parry, this game probably taught me better to parry than Dark Souls. Parrying is, to be fair, very, very easy. So is dodging, but like it's still like you have to pay attention to not do the wrong thing. So like, even if I had only 3 things to do in a combat encounter, I was always paying attention and always was engaged with the combat. And I'm like, hey, I probably buy the fleshed out version later on if I ever see it on like a deep discount. Would I recommend it? I mean, if you can get through the first part, probably for the price that it goes. But like, it's like one of the weirder things out there. I think, do we have now all the weird things? No, we still have a couple weird games. With Eternal Edge. Eternal Edge was rough in spots, kind of like Banzai Subterranean Escape. Where do we put it? Above or below? I put it above. But basically, it's like a game that's too ambitious for the dev that has it, and they just doesn't quite fit together. It's basically an open world ARPG with lots of loot, lots of collectibles, lots of quests, but also like a lot of walking and a lot of mindless busy work. I bought it basically also for like $1, and it was like, was it worth it? Yes. Like I didn't hate myself. It didn't stick with me. Like you definitely can like take it if you like want like a budget game. But like it's not that grand a game. Like there's better games in the same vibe. There's also a lot of jank. And like not the fun jank, but the annoying jank. Also, that sand glider was the glitchiest part of it all. It was like some of the games, like Märchen Forest and Eternal Edge are basically picked up in the same moment. Like, I think they're both like stuff that like, oh yeah, I picked them up on the August sale. But like, I bought like a lot of cheap shit. Sorry to swear, but like cheap stuff. And like, Märchen Forest surprised me, Eternal Edge didn't. I mean, if Nintendo could, so they probably would. What else do we have? Axe Fatalis. Let's go with Axe Fatalis. An old arcane title. Like the Dishonored people. Axe Fatalis was fun. I would put it in the left impression. I mean, I'm tempted to even put it like up here. Where do I put it? That's the big question. Let's put it there. Pretty fine everywhere. Axe Fatalis is an old dungeon crawler by Arcane. Very immersive sim, like you can do a lot of stuff, and it has a really weird magic system. The magic system is like you have to draw the glyphs on your monitor, like you have to do the mouse movement right to do the casting. And like it's a bit tricky until you learn it. But after that, it's just a decent Western RPG. Like I like the combat here more than in like Skyrim or Oblivion, because like let's be real, Bethesda's combat sucks. Bethesda's combat was never great. I mean, I can see if I can find a trailer. It's just like a really old game. Yes, they have a trailer. you can also lock yourself very easily out of a lot of side quests. But like, it's not a bad game if you can get it to run, which is like, oh yeah, you installed the community patch. Because like, without community patch, you're in for a world of hurt. But like, yeah, it was basically just coming off of 2 worlds. Yeah, ugly, but TARDIS. Definitely install that one. I mean, it's a fun game. I came basically, I played 2 worlds before and I was like, yeah, I want more Eurochink and immersive sim stuff. And I'm like, oh yeah, Arx Fatalis, I have that. And I played it. Like, my year was like trying to keep up with the stuff I buy and trying to play like old stuff I had around. Okay, let's see. Until then is where I think would replay, and I would replay there, just below Fallen Aces. Until then is a story-based game that came out this year. Very heartwarming story. Very much effort spent into it. I really loved it. It's just like, I only played it pre-release. So like, yeah, I should probably play the release version. I feel like guilty because like, given that like I'm so involved in the gaming industry, it's like I often just play games before they completely finished and polished up, and it's like, do I count that or don't I count that? And it's like, yeah, I should count it because like, if I really reach the end, it doesn't matter if it's pre-release or post-release. It's like, I reached the end. Let me see that I find a trailer from that. Personally, I would recommend that one. But like, I also feel like I am like walking advertisement for it, because like, the publisher of the game is also someone I work with. So it's like, I mean, I'm tooting my own horn in a way. But like, if you ever see it cheap, you can go for it, I would say. And yeah, like, I dunked on like the other story-based, text-based games, but like, this is just plain better. Yeah, until 10 I can personally recommend, like, even if I didn't work for them. It's like the same situation I have with like 8-Bit Adventures 2. I know the death of 8-Bit Adventures 2, but like even if I didn't, I would still recommend it. But like it still is something that I should note, that like, hey, I work with that publisher, so take my stuff with a grain of salt. What else do we have? We're down to the last 14. Let's start with Dawn of War. Warhammer 40k Dawn of War Dark Crusade. Mouthful. I'm thinking, and I'm putting it in wasting time, and I need to explain a thing for it. I like Dawn of War, like the very first Dawn of War, which is like a Warhammer RTS game. Dark Crusade I don't like because like they don't have like a single player campaign. They basically have a multiplayer map thing that you go through, and where like you constantly get into battles where like one side brings in basically a full army while the other starts without an army, and it's like you have zero chance of defending yourself against a full army without something built up. And like if you can't do that, it's like it just becomes a slap fight, and it's not a fun. Also, the AI cheats, and cheats badly. The AI always knows where you are, while you normally spend like half an hour even finding the AI, at which point they build up. And I think this unbalance is just like frustrating the heck out of me. Yes, the later DLCs, like Dark Crusade, is I think the most popular of the DLCs for multiplayer, but like I'm judging here on the single player, and the single player is like annoying the heck out of me. Let's see if I find a trailer. We have the intro, but it's Warhammer. Warhammer can be extremely fun. But it's basically called Dark Crusade because like it introduces a new race from the tabletop to like Dawn of War. But yeah, it just is. Let's see, what do we have left? Talos Principle 1. Nice puzzle game, not a bad time. Let's put it there. It feels comfy there. Talos Principle is made by the Series 7 developer Crow Team, which I also know. They recently announced like a remaster of the first one. Can't remember how it came to be. I think like as a mod.
Who will you be, our children? Will you love us for having created you? Will the world you build be like ours, or so different that today we cannot even imagine it?
Step into the light, child.
Is there anything that we associate more closely with intelligence than curiosity? Our mythologies are full of riddles and mysteries and divine knowledge.
My child, you may go freely to all the worlds of my garden. But if the tower tempts you, be wise. Do not let yourself be misled by doubt. For it shall bring death and the end of your generations. So be it. Let your will be done.
But yeah, as far as puzzle games go, this is a pretty decent game, and like you can grab it pretty cheap. Probably not a bad pick. Probably not a bad pick. Next game, what do we have else? The Ronco Wanko, I think it's called. This was a fun in-between game that like Steam has it for free. I put it here. Not a bad time, which kind of fits. It's called the Ronco Wanko. And basically, you're just a dog making a mess. Which is like, yeah, okay. You're Pomeranian. And you have like big goat simulator energy. As far as free-to-play games go, it's a fun one. Like it's the kind of game you just throw in. It's free. Like if you go on Steam, it's free. Let me see that I find it on Steam. Like here's the link. It's not a bad game. Okay, what do we have left? Next. Remnant from the Ashes. I didn't vibe with that until I played Dark Souls 1 and was like, hey, actually Remnant isn't that bad. Still didn't stick with me. Where would I put it? I think below that, because like both Remnants, like Remnant 1 and 2, are pretty grindy, and like once it gets to the grind, it gets boring. Let me see if I can find trailer. But they're basically Dark Souls but with guns. But yeah, if you're like Dark Souls like fan, Remnant probably is for you. The difference in 1 and 2 is basically 1 is far heavy on like ad spawn. Like every boss kind of spawns some monsters on top of himself, while the second one is more focused on boss itself. Yeah. I mean, you can. I mean, is it a looter shooter? Like, yes, it has loot, but it's predetermined. Like, you get loot from very specific instances, like bosses or very specific drop locations. But like, it's not a bad game. It's just like I just don't usually vibe with Souls like. Let's go One Piece World Seeker. One Piece World Seeker. Not a bad time. More like enjoyed playing. I put it in here. One Piece World Seeker is an ARPG kind of One Piece game. It's fun moving around it, like doing like gum bazooka and like shooting off halfway across the map is fun, and some open world games can learn from that. Combat is okay, and else it's like, yeah, the story is there. It's a fine open world One Piece game, I would say. Nothing I would write home about. And like once you get to like the end game, to like really max out the end game, that becomes completely grindy. I did the mistake of not buying the complete version because like there's like a collector's edition and like the normal version. The normal version you have to buy the DLCs. The collector version costs like on sale like a couple bucks more, and you get like all the DLCs, and the DLCs are more expensive than the base standard game, which is like weird pricing. Will I ever return to it? No. Yeah. I mean, it is. It is. Like this year, I have found more stuff in Waste of Time, but it's harmless stuff that did. I would say maybe Dark Crusade and Final Fantasy 13. The rest just didn't take that much time. It was like, oh yeah, I completely forgot they existed before it was over. We still have like 9 games. Since Herr Frog is here, let's go with Oaks and Man. Of Oaks and Man was like, oddly enough, I enjoyed finishing it. Where would I put it? I think at the end, just because like enjoyed finishing is pretty stacked with some really banger games. Of Oaks and Man is like the first game of the Styx games, which is probably a fan series, and I have to play it. Like I have all the Styx parts. You basically have like a big orc that is like your tank, and Styx, who's a goblin, who's your damage dealer. Doesn't sound too complex. Is very linear as a game, story wise. But like there's a lot cool builds you can do, and combat difficulty. Like you can pause at any time, but like you can take different attacks. unbalanced enemies, parry, dodge builds can be done. Like, there's a lot that can be done. And I had fun with it. It wasn't the greatest game of all, but like I had fun with it. Let me see if it had a trailer of orcs. But like it also has like pretty nice writing. It's like not stellar writing, but like nice. So it's like, it's probably something you would enjoy here, Frog.
You're alone, Rakash. You're dying of loneliness. The Bloodjaws are a family. My family. Doesn't it bother you? Watching your brethren getting slaughtered?
No, I'm not like them.
It's time to put an end to the genocide that's been ravaging our people for decades. An end to this campaign of hate waged against us.
This war has gone on too long, and our enemy is more powerful than ever. But Mother Earth has not abandoned us. We have allies.
Arkenis is the last one of those.
She is fleeing and cannot come back. She doesn't want to. Not after what she's experienced. Every hour, every minute, her spirit is farther away.
The Inquisition tramples our beliefs and denies our existence. They want to wipe my people off the face of the world. Today, we are setting off to kill the Emperor.
You'll be facing experienced and cold-hearted warriors, a far greater test than the Empire or Inquisition do. They're fast, relentless, and incorruptible. It's not by chance the Emperor chose this island to meet the dwarf and elf envoys.
Your reputation precedes you, Butcher. Save your breath for your last rites, human. I am Archive. I am a Bloodjaw. I was born, I live, and I will die on my feet.
But yeah, I had fun with that one. The story is basically humans broke out in a little bit orc genocide, and the orcs didn't like that. Like, they don't want to be genocided. Okay, let's see. What do we have left? Let's go with Murder by Numbers. A Picross game. Picross is a style of Japanese puzzle. Similar, I mean, I don't want to say similar to Sudokus, but like also a number kind of puzzle thing. Did I like it? I enjoyed playing it. I enjoyed it. Let's put it here in the middle, kind of. It's just like, why is it so low? But mostly because it's really, really long. And like, puzzling for a couple hours is fine. I puzzled that game for... let me see. I spent 70 hours on the game. And like, I was going directly through it. Like, just doing the content. And it's like 70 hours for just going through it is a little bit long for a puzzle game about numbers. Like, I like Picross. But like, not that much. Would have done better with like better pacing stuff. It's basically Ace Attorney with puzzles. Not as well written, not as well paced, but still a nice kind of game. Oh. And like, if you like Picross, you can get that for a few bucks. So it's like, yeah. Okay, let's go for like the rest. We have Clit this snail? Yeah, Clit the snail. I had to check if it's slug or snail. It's snail. Clit the snail. It's like a top-down twin stick shooter with a snail character, which is interesting. A foul-mouthed snail character. I think the most annoyance is like that that you don't see that far ahead, so like you always kind of pre-aim, and like it gets tiring. Let's put it somewhere in here. Let's put it here. Oh, wait, I need to make that trailer go away. We need Clit the snail. My bad that I didn't change. But I put it there in the occasional struggle kind of category.
G16.
Clid, scientifically classified as a Helix pomatia.
I just saw the game and was like, hey, that looks funny. That was, I think, the only reason I bought the game. Also, it was cheap.
Clid the snail is an intelligent creature that can fire weapons. Use powered shells against threats. And solve complex puzzles. This particular being has been exiled for its problematic behavior. And now, he has joined a new path. The snail has a new purpose: to exterminate the slug plague. Will this fascinating individual survive his dangerous adventure?
Hasta la vista, slug.
It was a fun one, but like it was like nothing that stick with me. Hi, Tam. Oh no, oh no. Let's see if we can't get like through most what we else have. Let's take Infra. Infra was also like a game that's like ages long. It's like 30 hours of kinda. It's more like a walking simulator because like yeah, you do stuff and you solve puzzles but like mostly you do walking. You don't do combat. You don't do upgrading or anything. You just do walking. It's a long game. Is it a bad game? No. I would say it's somewhere. Let's put it there. It's basically you inspect infrastructure in a town and just slowly uncover like a conspiracy. And it basically starts with, oh yeah, check out this place, and it ends with you trying to save a nuclear reactor from explosion. How that evolved that hard and how a town came that hard to be is a wonder, but like, it is kind of. Was fun game, but like, also weird one. see if we can't get the trailer for Infra in. And then we go into the ad break. But if you like story-rich games, probably it's for you. I mean, I considered like replaying it, but like it's like
I was just
it takes
betrayed
just
by
too
the
long.
man who practically built this whole city. It started with Bergman, then Stahlberg Steel, and now my company, all bankrupted by Jeff Walter. He bought the companies for next to nothing and then ran them straight into the ground. But that's the least of my problems. With the company out of business, there's no way we can keep everything in good repair. Things are breaking down all over the city, but no one's doing anything about it. The police, the mayor, and now it seems like even the governor's in his pocket. They care more about his money than what he's doing to this place. Whatever he's planning, it's going to happen. And I don't want to be here when it does. Because there's one thing I'm sure of. Everything's about to fall apart.
And like you can die in that game, which is weird for a game about infrastructure inspection. But like, yeah, everything can be turned into a game if one is willing. I mean, yeah, I think that's a fair serving. It's like, yeah, you can just leave it on. It's like a podcast kind of deal. Let's wait out the ad break and then go for like the final 5. But yeah, it was, I think, one of these games that like either got really, really cheap or got gifted, and it's like, yeah, I want to give it a try. I've seen some of it. I expected something different of it, but like, it came out fine. And we should be back out of the ad break. Let's go for the last few games. We still have 5 games. Rain on the Parade. Another one of the games that just take longer than they should have. Where do I put it? Somewhere between Tomb Raider and Unpacking. Like, it's a weird game. It's like fun, but like, it was something that I played basically when I was a little sick. And like, I have a habit of like, when I'm sick, I play like small weird games. Also, you're really evil, Cloud. But yeah, it's basically a series of mini games based around you being a cloud that can rain stuff on other stuff. Not very complex. I got that game gifted, and it was like, yeah, I'm just playing it because I was sick. Oh yeah. It was like an evening game. Like, I have a lot of just 1-2 day quickies around here. Let's see, what's the next? Sparta Meadow. Sparta Meadow, It's like a very simple ARPG kind of game. I put it into rough in spots just for the sake. I like the look of it, but like the game was just there. And I don't think that game even has like a trailer. So like, best I can do is some gameplay.
Take a look at this game. For the most part, if you keep mashing, you quickly get hit by the...
Like, you just run around and beat shit up. Very simple ARPG kind of stuff. And it doesn't really change, and it looks like it's escaped the PS1 and it was made like 2 years ago. So like, moving on from that, I just looked at it from the visual and was like, yeah, looks cool, maybe go in. Saw it on like an indie kind of You slept through Henry's stick, man. I'm amazed that one can sleep through that game. Yeah, I mean, ARPG is basically anything that's not a turn-based game, basically. But like, you smack stuff. Yeah, do action-based stuff. So it's like, what do you call that? Hack and slay? So down to the final three. The beginner's guide. The beginner's guide is really one that's more about game making than actually playing. It's more like, oh yeah, what goes on in the mind of someone that just makes games for themselves. Let's put it somewhere behind the doggy game. It has some insights, but like I don't think it's that breathtaking as people act. Could be wrong, but like I never felt it. Maybe I need to replay it at some point if I have the time. But like, unlikely that anytime soon I find time for that.
Let's say you sit down at a stranger's computer. You start opening up files and looking through stuff, and eventually you come to a folder that just says My Work. So you open it, and you click on a random file, and it's a video game that looks like this. If you had to guess, what would you say you know about this person right now? Like, maybe they're kinda goofy. Okay, you close that, you scroll down a bit, and you open up a new file. It's another game. Do you think this person is happy? Are they unhappy? Now another one. What do you think is comfortable for this person? What puts them at ease? Do you think they're lonely? What's missing in their life? Keep going, open another file. Let's look at all of them. Let's unpack this person. Are they upset about something or fighting something? What do you think makes this person angry? What kinds of friends do they have? Do they even enjoy making video games at all? Take all of these images, hold them in your mind, and now try to imagine, without ever having met this person, who they are. Okay, let's do it. Let's find out if you're right.
But yeah, I feel like the trailer captures it. It's like more like an insight into like collection of the games it has. Down to the last two, and those two are like the most recent games. Let's start with Hard Rock Apocalypse. Hard Rock Apocalypse. I'm tempted to... Let's put it there. Mostly because like it's pretty similar to Two Worlds. It's like it's a fun gameplay loop that's just like it gets a bit weary as it goes on, because like Two Worlds at the end you just murder everything and you just run from murdering to murdering, and it's like, why murder more? Trucking, it's like, yeah, post-apocalyptic trucks with guns. It's fun. I mean, it was fun, and I have the sequel. I had fun. I just had needed like a lot of work to get it to run. Like, never before did I need like a patch in a different language version to make stuff work. It's basically the older game of like the crossout devs, and they can show crossout after that. It also has a pretty fire soundtrack, if you ask me. But like, it's Eurochank of the finest. Just not very RPG.
When your life makes a sharp turn, it's only the beginning of a long journey. Explore. Upgrade. Fight. Discover the truth.
But yeah, I played that game recently and it was like, it starts off with trucks that have guns on them, which is a simple concept and one I can get behind of. And it ends with aliens. And I'm like, what the hell? I knew that game was a little bit on the weird side of things when I encountered a village that had the NPC of Bin Laden. And I was like, oh! And it was like, that was like after 9/11, and I was like, you really like the spicy NPC characters here. You can stop now, game. Maybe replay it at some point just to test out new weapons, because like there's a couple different weapon categories, from rocket launchers to projectile weapons to energy weapons. I had energy weapons. I would like to see what like projectile weapons or like explosive weapons do. But like it was a pain to get to run, and like it doesn't autosave, which costed me hours. But like I had not a bad time playing it, and like at some point I will play the sequel just to see like if it sets up on that. To note, like the same dev later made Cross Out, which I hope I find the trailer quickly. Yeah, I think that's a trailer of it. But like, they later made this game. Which is like, come on, show gameplay. Where you basically build vehicles. With guns on them. And it's like, oh yeah, I see the relation. You just wanted to do a thing and you just do it over and over until people appreciate it. But yeah, you see basically, oh yeah, they wanted to do one thing and they just stuck with it. They basically were like, oh yeah, let's make the same game over and over and over and over until people like it. Because like Crossout did pretty well. Yeah, Crossout is an MMO multiplayer kind of game. Hard Truck is a single player game. Crossout is basically a multi-arena shooter kind of deal. Okay, and now we come for the last game. And the last game I finished, Ball Blaster. Ball Blaster was fun. Did I enjoy finishing it? Because like it stretches. Because like reaching the boss, absolutely. Like the final boss, absolutely. The thing is, it has post-content. And post-content drags. So I would say, somewhere here. Let's put it there and upgrade crosscode a bit. Because like I had more fun playing crosscode. Crosscode goes, that's tough. Tough competition. Let's do it like this. Ball Blast is basically the old Flash game Motherload. If you were a dwarf with a helicopter. Which is weird to say, but like, it's basically that. You dig for ore. And then upgrade your stuff. Yeah, it's a digging kind of game. I had fun with it. It's just like, it's not the most elaborate game or something like that, but it's a fun game and it's fun enough for how long it lasts. Even out of sale, it's not that expensive. So I was like, oh yeah, I had fun. It's like one of the games I basically encountered during a Steam Next Fest and was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take that. Very rarely I see like a game in a Steam Next Fest where I'm like, yes, I want that. And I didn't know I wanted that. Sadly, toward the end, it becomes more like charging toward the bottom instead of like exploring around. Like it's run based. I had fun with it. It's just like getting like 100% done and seeing like all the bosses, which I normally try, was a bit tedious. But I think now we have all the games. Let me see over it. We have Creeper World, Earth Defense Force, Fallen Aces, Until Then, Geralt. Looks all there, okay. There it looks okay. I think that's pretty much the final ranking. Thanks for everyone that kind of sticked with me. But like we went like crazy. We went like nearly 5 hours of like just talking about games and like showing trailers of them. I hope some people saw like some weird games where they were like, oh yeah, maybe I give that a shot, or like maybe I look into that direction, or maybe I want that. I have Dome Keeper, I just never played it. Dome Keeper is more roguelike because like in Ball Blaster you can't fail. you have a certain amount of fuel, similar to Motherload, and if you run out of fuel, you just fall out of the sky, and the run is over. And every resource you collected, you keep and can use to upgrade. No problem, Tam. No problem, Tam. No problem. I wanted to do that because, like, I did it last year in Solitude and Silence, where like basically ranked what I played, and I wanted to do it anyway this year again. And I thought, like, why not make it a stream and call it what I played. Thanks for watching. I can see if I can find someone to raid. Just give me a second. Raids. Preferably someone that does like a JRPG. Some people don't get JRPGs. It's like, oh yeah, Street Fighter 6 is a JRPG. No, it isn't. Oh, let's see. Preferably something rarer. Because, like, yeah, everyone plays Final Fantasy, everyone plays Crosscode. I mean, here we have someone playing Tales of Vesperia. Should we go for that? Or someone goes for a Chrono Cross speedrun. Ooh, that sounds fancy. Let's go for that. Let's follow Super Handy.